Alright. So, to anyone that watches this in the future, I'm sorry this is a day late. I mean, I guess if it's in the future, it's not really a day late. You're just going to watch this whenever you want to watch this, if anyone ever watches this. But, if anyone watches this from my stream, it's a day late. I was supposed to do this yesterday, but I got pushed back. Some new plans are going to make me have to reschedule this to Thursdays, but for now, we're just going to go ahead and press on. And I'm not feeling the best. I actually have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so I'm going to play this. We're going to do a full chapter, because I know I'm also starting late, so I'm going to do a full chapter anyway, because I don't have to work tomorrow, so I'm going to stay up late to get it done. So, yeah. We're going to keep on with the one chapter per stream thing, and I'm just hoping it doesn't take another 5 hours, but chances are it's probably going to. So, either way, let's get started with this. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Also, I'm going to try to not use my mouse, because I think this whole thing can be done on my keyboard, but anyway. I'm also not feeling too great, that's what I meant to say. So I'm not going to do the voices.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
If it was going down the street, yeah, that makes sense.
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Oh, that's me. Ryunosuke. E question mark guy. E. E back to you, buddy. Thanks for stopping by.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
It's too bad Cosmo's not here. Brian's Cocoa, best in London. I love Brian's Cocoa.
Like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
For money,
In
I
that
assume,
case,
right?
the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
Uh-oh. Is this the carriage?
Visiting students from abroad, eh?
Is he gonna get himself in trouble again?
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Why is there such a big tower in the background? Did London have a big tower like that? Somewhere near Victorian era? Yes, yes it is. Have you not seen this game or trailers or anything? Because, like, I don't know if you played the Phoenix Wright games, but this is supposed to be Phoenix's ancestor who started practicing law, like, yeah, way back in, well, when Britain was still conquering other countries. So, yeah, Victorian era. Anyway. 18th February, 1921 a.m., British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. See, I can say Supreme Court. I can't say Hall of Judicature that they wanted me to say in the first chapter. That was just weird. But you don't play a game? Okay, fair enough. Well then, I hope you enjoy this. But yes, it does take place a long time ago. Although it's weird that the Supreme Court seems to be in a clock tower. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in a few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this is quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. Is it all the giant clockwork in the background? Because that's what I noticed. What is this place again? If it is Big Ben, then where the bell? That is an excellent question. I was thinking the same thing. Like, the only clock tower I know of in London is Big Ben. So, I don't know. I would say this might be one of the lower levels of Big Ben, but they have the clock face right there in the background, so I don't know where the bell is. That is an excellent question, my friend. Anyway, this is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No, so instead we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Ooh, that is an imposing-looking Chief Justice. I can't tell if the lines on his face are supposed to be scars or just age marks, you know? Those wrinkles. Oh! I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. So he's the big chief of the Empire, got it. Ugh, and I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. I can't tell if we're speaking English or he's speaking Japanese. Because there's kind of a cultural difference there. I assume we're speaking English, but, you know, for non-native English speakers, we're talking pretty good. Let's converse. London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. That's one way to butter someone up. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, there's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. I forgot, England and France were not on good terms during this time. That's why France helped America win their independence. Got it. I remember now. History is connecting in my brain. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Alright, tell me about law student. Lord Chief Justice? I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then, the moment of truth. Continuing the tour. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead? Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean? Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... Wow. Is this not the most obvious fucking question so far? Actually, there's no one. It's Miss Susato. No, it's me. It's me. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. But I had Cosma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set to me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? This dude knows something about what Kazuma was here to do. Just knowing. Anyway. Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Yeah, let's hear about this fucking test. So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Hmm? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away. If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? Ugh, how do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Stronghart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Already at chapter 3, I see. Have fun with that one tonight. Thanks, X-Gamer. I appreciate it. Yes. This is only my third day. I'm on the third chapter. I'm trying to do one chapter per stream, but yes, I'm on the third one now. And I'm curious to see where exactly it's going to lead, because I know Kazuma was up to something, and this guy knows something about it. But anyway, thanks for dropping by, buddy. The way you worded that, it sounded like you're going to leave, but thanks for just showing up and chatting. I appreciate it. What was I? Right. Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law? We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? If this is my only chance to become a lawyer and find out what Kazuma was up to, I don't know why I said that one wrong. I have to do it, don't I? Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you talking about? What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. Hey DJ, how you doing today, bud? You doing alright? Thanks for dropping by. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. Sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Hold it! Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? Doing pretty good. I'll be lurking while watching some anime. Alright. Well, thanks for the lurk, bud. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing... hope the rest of your anime watching goes well. What anime are you watching, anyway? I really gotta start watching anime again. It's been a long time since I've actually watched one all the way through. I think the last one I watched was Food Wars, which was fantastic. I loved it to death, but... I don't know, the ending felt rushed, but that's just me. No game, no life? Oh, you totally have a life. I see how much everyone loves you. Don't even doubt yourself. Anyway, it's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. Really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. I feel like he's going to be involved in something in the future, and it's going to be time related. And he's going to be like, I don't know what time. And I'm going to be like, yes, you do, you bitch. Or maybe he lost his pocket watch or something. I don't know. I feel like it's going to be relevant, but I guess we'll see. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm imagining things. Anyway, he's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Okay. Should I talk to you about it? No, I should not. Let's move. Alright, the Old Bailey. This is where I'm going to take my test. Let's go. I hate Old Baileys. I prefer fresh Baileys. Fresh open Baileys. Preferably in my coffee. You know, that kind of thing. They sure like to toss the word resolve a lot, and it's only used in the game's title after this one. I saw that, actually. I clicked over, because when I first opened it, I saw the arrows. There's like 1 and 2. I didn't realize there were 2 of these games, actually. But I saw there was a second one, and it was like, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Resolve. And it's like, wow. They're really resolving to use the resolve word a lot, but it's a good observation. They do use it a lot. I didn't realize it until just now. Anyway, 18th February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber, which looks oddly like the Japanese antechamber, except it just has British uniforms. So, little weird, but I'm going to go ahead and look past that. Maybe they just have the same architect. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Cobblestone streets, man. They ain't good. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Yeah, Great Ace Attorney Adventure and Great Ace Attorney Resolve. 2 games in one package, a nice way to make up for all these years of not being able to play them until now. Yeah, I thought that to myself too when I realized there was 2 of them. Like when the second one came out, they're just like, well, let's go ahead and extend it to America with the first one. So I can only hope in the second one they took out the yes and replaced it with hold it. Because I miss hold it. And the yes just is so odd. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Fans had translated the first one and went in the progress of translating the second. Oh, and we're in the progress of translating the second, so I bought this just for the second one, really. Oh, that's fair. Did the fan translated first one have the hold it translated correctly? I mean, I don't see anything really wrong with the official translation here so far, except for that. That's the only like nick in a otherwise perfect model. Well, I'm not going to say perfect. I'm going to hold my judgments till the end, but so far so good. And now that second fan's translation is no longer sought for. Yeah, it's hard to desire a fan's translation when the company officially translates it. But anyway, the thing is, it will be resolved later. Oh man, where is my... Oh, I need a drum set in here so I can go ba-dum-tsh. That was a good one, DJ. I like it. But it's good to hear that in the next one they might fix that. Anyway, yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. Wow. It's like a short Irish Willy Wonka. What are yous doing following me here? Tings are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Again, is this guy talking English or Japanese? Like, they're communicating so fluently for being from two different countries. Maybe they studied a lot of English on the boat. I guess that's possible. I guess there's a lot of ways you can explain it. I don't freaking know. Probably the boat, but... Whoops. I think the yes thing might have been just a way to say he was really nervous. It made more sense the way... God, I forgot who explained it to me, but apparently in the Japanese version, when they do the hold it, they say hi, which is, I know in Japanese is also a way to say yes, I guess. So if they literally translated it, that would make sense. You said the hi thing. Yeah, okay. Sorry, it's been 2 weeks. And a lot's happened in 2 weeks, Jesus. Anyway, I'm just glad to be back, honestly. We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Usato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. This is the dude that's about to get his head chopped off? What motive could he have for murder if he's rich? I think they might have changed that to the normal hold it later as well. Okay, that's good. We'll see. We'll get there. I plan on finishing both games completely, regardless of whether or not they fix it, so... My big question right now is, who the fuck is this rich dude, and why is he accused for murder? I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! I didn't mean the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a ting. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. Do your best Irish accent. Okay. I wasn't feeling too great, so that's why I wasn't doing the accents, but if someone wants to hear it, I'll give it a shot. Anyway, hi Tara, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you here. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Oh, we don't even know his name yet. I didn't realize that. Okay, hold on. Bluster and blazes, do you Oh no, that's not it. It's hard. I can't place it unless he does the ting. Ting. Top of the morning to ya. Do yous not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? I'm not doing it right. No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. suppose it isn't altogether impossible. See, I can't do it. It's not possible. It's funny because when I started this game, I expected to do British accents, obviously, because it's in Britain. I completely forgot there's possibly Irish people in this one. And Irish is not one of my strong suits. No, it's okay. I'll keep trying. It's fine. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the centre of London is another beautiful park. Nope, that's English. Sorry, a park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. Damn it. I thought I had it for a second and then went back to British. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. Yeah, it's a tough one. I'll tell you what. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft Egypt? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Magnus McGilded. When I first learned his name, the first thing that came to mind was Scrooge McDuck. I could totally see why you'd say that. The only difference is Scrooge McDuck wouldn't donate a park. At least, not before the Christmas Carol movie. Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well? Well... Not at all. No, you didn't do it. Of course not. Not at all. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Baruch van Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. No, that was fucking weird. I keep trying, I feel like I get it at the beginning, and then as I keep going, it just kind of fucks up. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. I feel like I'm going Scottish now. Fuck. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in the defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Baruch van Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. I don't have anything in my court record yet, do I? Oh, Kazuma's armband. An armband I inherited from Kazuma identifies where as a defense lawyer throughout the entire Japan. Oh, I can do the things. Cool. Ooh, what's that? Oh, does it say Kazuma on it? The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here. Look. Kazuma Asogi. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. Okay, cool. That's where you tie it, obviously. I like how this looks like the future badges that like they wear in the Phoenix Wright series. These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of the defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness, to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. But if they're the mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. Alright, I guess this is nothing. But I have an armband! Alright, let's go to the courtroom. His counsel. That would be me! Oh, tea time! Well then, fella, don't let me down. God, I can't get that right, can I? But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I'd made up me mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. That didn't help me at all. You just told me the same thing. Okay, whatever. It's your trial. It says something when this band replaced Ryunosuke's student badge in your court record after the first 2 chapters. I can't tell if you're just saying that this replaces the badge, which obviously it did. I get that. But I'm not sure if you're saying there's something more to it I missed, but it's okay. We don't want spoilers. We know that. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. You can see the little spin. Yeah, I need to get my mouse out of here. '18th February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes the words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? His eyes darting around again. Anyway, basically it means that Ryunosuke is now considering himself a lawyer instead of just a regular student. Ah. Yeah, I got that feeling, although he's proving himself now. He still has the badge on his coat, though, if you look at his neck. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Wow. That is an old-timey judge. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Easter. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes, please. Nipponese. Nipponese. There we go. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Ugh. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the far east. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I don't know if I can do that. I suck at this. Actually, after this, I might watch a video on a fucking Irish accent and see if I can practice. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry would do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please, may we go and play in McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. It's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Okay, bye. I like what he's doing. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Mr. Naruhodo, those people are... The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. Wait, 6? How does that work if there's a tie? You know what? I can't say much. I'm pretty sure American courts have 12 jurors, and there's still an even amount. But that's besides the point. Let's continue. The judge passed the sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. Wow, this guy lives on that straight edge. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Jinkies! I see they invented color photographs. Oh wait, no, this isn't a photograph, it's a flashback. Whoops. What is this, get your ass on 14? You know what, Jay? No, I'm not gonna do that today. You've had 2 days to play with us, and you didn't show up. So I'm taking a day for this. But I'll probably see you tomorrow, I'm sure. But no, this is Ace Attorney night, so I'm playing Ace Attorney. You just level up something. Pick something and level it. Anyway, the victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. You're uninstalling? I don't think that's true, buddy. Otherwise you wouldn't have bought more time. Oh, look at that. In the corner, Steam had a nice little pop-up. Jay is now playing Final Fantasy XIV. I love you, Jay. You're funny. Tell Tig and Silver I say hi. Let's see. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, Counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Yes, finally, something for the court record. Let's read it. Oh, the photographs are in color now. That seems a little early for the time period, but okay. Court record. Internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the hip. Thrice-fired Mason, 54, brickmaker. Time and cause of death, 15 February, 10 to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay. As we know, autopsy reports aren't that reliable in Japan. I don't know how they are here, though. We got nothing there. We got just him with a knife sticking out of his abdomen. Some blood, that makes sense. For some reason, there's a button missing from his coat, and I feel like that's going to be significant, but we'll get back to that later. Otherwise, nothing really seems out of place. Closed window. He's looking sleepy. Anyway. Alright, and one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord. Is that blood, Counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilden's gloves had blood on them? Why is the juror allowed to just flip a knife? That seems dangerous in a courtroom. Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. The defendant's leather gloves have been entered into the court record. What does it say? The leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There's a bloodstain on the right glove. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Alright, before you continue, let's look at gloves. Oh, I can turn them. Good. So yeah, clearly, some blood. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Oh yeah, that's true. He is right-handed. Okay. Ah, pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. She's right, but he is also right. Let's just... So, there's nothing on these things except for that blood. Okay. Alright, we did our due diligence. Back to the case. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Okay, whatever. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course I have no recollection of such a thing. Oh, sorry, such a thing. Irish, right. Well, of course I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilting, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got into the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order, order, order! Order! When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from the witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Wait, multiples? Oh. I'm surprised it's just 3. Why not 4, or 5, or 6? Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. Wait, Lady First? Why does that sound like a girl's name? Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir, that's right, sir. Very well, then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. I turned that guy's voice into Inspector Hononaga's or whatever. Anyway. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. What's an omnibus? I thought this was a carriage. Are they different things? Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. Did he say something stupid? It sounds like he said something stupid. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much? Yeah. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Okay, okay. They wheeled it right in. Got it. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, a skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Ugh, that makes perfect sense. That judge be looking like a snack. Can you sleep with him? I don't think you can. This isn't one of those dating sims where you date... Well, there's lots of dating sims out there. There's weird dating sims where you can date pigeons, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was one where you can date old, retired judges. Could use that wagon. That skylight could illuminate y'all's glistening forms. I think we'll just give it to you after the trial, and you can do whatever your heart desires with it, Silver. I don't want to know what your heart desires, though, so go ahead and keep that to yourself. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. How is it gonna fit in my record? Anyway. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? We're gonna check that out. That's suspicious AF. Yeah, that's what I thought. There are clues to be had. Anyway. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, the scene of a murder. It's horrible. Alright, I'm assuming that's where he was sitting. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Better question is, how did they get that bus through the courtroom's door? The doors actually look pretty big, if you see in the background. Like, I guess maybe the wagon... It's fair to think the wagon might be too wide for it, but it looked significantly sized, the door. Now that's a shag wagon. Well, you know what? Take it home, Silver, and if it's rocking, I will just burn it to the ground. Ooh, rules. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Ooh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. I don't want to go to the Crystal Tower again. Sorry, that was a Final Fantasy XIV reference. Pretty sure you could get it for a nice discount. After having someone murdered in it? Yeah, I'm sure once it goes up for sale at the police auction, you'll be able to buy it for a few bucks, buddy. Well, a few euros. Back in the day, a few guineas. Anyway, it's under construction already. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. What's that? It looks like a camera. Okay. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. Okay. So that's one half. What is this here? The seat has a handle, it seems. Objection? Oh, it's good to see you again, bougie bourgeoisie. Fucking Tig. Don't make me sing your name again. But yes, there will be objections. Lots of objections. Objections that really move the soul. What do you mean, don't you dare? I can do it to any song. Here, let me see if I can do this one. Tick, 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 tick. See? It works every time, 100%, no fail. I'm gonna let you idiots object to each other. You guys have fun with that. I'm gonna keep looking around this cabin. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Can I look at this side? Or is it the same thing? Okay, yeah, it's the same thing. Because that's an empty thing. Someone small could fit in there. I cross-examine your objection to your objection examining evidence. Tick, 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 tick. I'm gonna start doing that every time you talk. Why aren't you helping J-Level? Go help J-Level. What's this? That's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. Oh, is this just the same thing from on the other wall? Yes, it is. Alright, so we got the skylight, we got the poster, we got the storage container. Is there nothing else in here? Okay. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. I guess I have. Ah, the Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Oh, they threw in a little throwback to Phoenix. That's cool. Although his name's Naruhodo now, which is right in Japanese, I think? I don't know. I object to your cross-examination of my dangly-doos. No one wants to examine your dangly-doos, Silver. Except for maybe Tig. I mean, bougie bourgeoisie. And hold you in contempt. He's gonna hold your dangly-doos in contempt. I think he was queued for a dungeon but went quiet because he ordered wing. Oh man, I can go for some wings right now. I hate healthy food. This looks like headlights. Okay, let's look at the benches, I guess. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Okay, that's one way of putting it. Is there nothing else here? Just the front bench? Can I look at the front bench separately? I feel like if anyone's sitting in the front bench, they wouldn't have been able to look in the skylight, right? I'm really tempted to order Buffalo Wild. Dude, go for it. I would do it right now if I could, but again, trying to be healthy, unfortunately. Which sucks because I even have a $25 gift card that I won from a streamer's channel to, you know, free wings. Oh, you're trying to? You don't have to try, buddy. You're super slim, super skinny. You look great. You look fabulous. Treat yourself. If I had to quote any line from Parks and Rec, it's treat yourself. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on... Oh. Oh, it's the same fucking thing. Okay. Alright, I think that's all I'm going to get out of this. There was a storage compartment and something else. Okay. I weigh more than you, I guarantee it. You sound like the guy from Men's Warehouse. You like the way you look, I guarantee you. Nah, I think we weigh the same, Silver. Don't worry about it. And look, you can order wings, and that one guy, Allie, will eat it for you. Which, by the way, how you doing, Allie? Good to see you, buddy. You having a good night? Can't believe it, the entire... Oh, enter this out. Okay. Already read that. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Alright, I just did that. Cool. Let us continue with the proceedings, then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. There you go. Compose yourself, Naruhodo. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus! They're sword shaped, that's cool. I'm good. I'm good, man, but I'm about to pass out. Oh, was it a rough day at work today? I'm sorry, dude. Go take a nap, dude. Don't let me stop you. I'm just playing some Ace Attorney. But trust me, I know the value of a good frickin' nap. The audacity of this bitch. You mean him eating your wings? Hey, he's doing you a favor, buddy. He's just trying to keep you skinny. Alright, here's the last one of the evening. Let's press him.
Hold it!
Hold it! He said hold it! Oh, I get it, because they went from Japan to Britain. Now it's hold it. I respect that. Now I can get back into this game. Nah, the dude questioning your character. Oh, the prosecutor? Yeah, he's kind of a dick. He probably read Harry Potter and the audacity of this bitch. Anyway. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes. Ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Yes, yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. Not one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. Okay, cool. I can... Anytime I can just do that. Got it. When you go to the restroom and stand next to the guy in the stall and look at him, hold it! Tig. You're a moron. Bougie bourgeoisie? You're an idiot. Nah, man, it's the Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch. Oh, that's a good one. I like that. I like it. I'm gonna have to come up with more book titles that involve audacity of this bitch. I just gotta think of some. They gotta be relatively long, too, but... I don't know. The Lord of the Audacity of this bitch. Nah, I don't know if that worked. But it's still a funny concept. It's a game we should play later, but for now, we'll get back to this. Alright, I'm done for the night, so enjoy yourself with this trial. Alright, X-Gamer, thanks for dropping by, buddy. I appreciate the lurk. I appreciate you hanging out. And, I will definitely enjoy myself. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, bud. So, take care. Anyway, let's keep going. Nobody fled the scene of the crime, then. I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening, that last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much on the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. See, at least he has the priorities straight. The pub. The Lord of the Rings, the Return of the Audacity. It should be something more like Lord of the Audacity, the Return of this bitch. Anyway, let's press this guy.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? That's right, when you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. Wait, how? Mr. McGilded was wearing like a purple suit. I don't know. Something tells me that dude ain't the dude we protecting. Or defending. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here. Ugh, I really wish there was. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged the knife right into his guts. Hold it! You actually saw the exact moment when it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? The fuck is a fair dinkum? Bougie bourgeoisie, you like old-fashioned stuff, don't you? What's a fair dinkum? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord. Juror number 3. What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter, anyway. Okay, aren't the jury supposed to be impartial? This dude hates rich people. My defendant's rich, which, you know, means I gotta win so he can pay me, but... Anyway, used to emphasize or seek confirmation of the genuineness or truth of something. Eric and his assistant are fair dinkum magicians. Used to emphasize that behavior complies with accepted standards. They were asking a lot for the car, but fair dinkum considering its list price. Yeah, I'm not going to remember that. I'm not saying I'm not going to remember it to be rude, but just... It's just fair dinkum. Harry Potter and the fair dinkum stone? Oh my god. Alright, someone ban Tig. Ban him. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Yeah, judging this early ain't a fair example, you douche. What the? What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. That's an advanced technique of judgment, I think hard to believe was in whatever time frame this is, but I guess we're going to go ahead and skip that. Yes, Tig, she just pulled a book from her sleeve. That's where she keeps them. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Ugh, now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Huh. This is a nightmare. Wait, can I not... Wait. Can I press this again and get something different? Because they interrupted me.
Hold it!
I'm gonna press this again just to see if it does something different. Perhaps you could tell us what you saw in a little more detail if you don't mind. Why don't you ask the young man next to me? Oh, okay. Oh, me? Oh, well, yes. Okay, I see what they did. That makes sense. So these motherfuckers are firebenders? Apparently they are, Silver. Again, a little advanced, maybe, for England in the Victorian era, but I'm not an expert. Who am I to judge? Can you just keep your hat on without correcting it for every 2 seconds? No, he's scared, Tig. Clearly, look at him. He's shaking with fright. Also, he definitely has a stapler already, because the middle of his hat, stapled. So, he should have one anyway. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it. He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. Ah, that didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they were even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Ugh. Please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
He lost his slamming power for a second. That was funny. Your Honor, he's leading the witness. When did you become such an expert in law, bougie bourgeoisie? It's all that crime scene investigations you've been watching, isn't it? M for D's nuts. That's right, Silver. You've solved the case. When I got my bougie degree, you know what? That's fair. Totally fair. You are bougie enough to know everything about the law. Anyway, but there are M's everywhere. Like, yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
Wow, that was a much more forceful objection. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Ugh. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. The murder weapon has been entered. Alright, guess what we get to do now? I need to go look at something real quick. Alright, let's look at these things. That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. He says as he holds his friend Katana at his side. Okay, that makes sense. Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large... Okay, there we go, she said it. A large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Oh my god, I want to smack him. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. That's definitely blood. Ugh, looks like a lot of blood. Or that looks a lot like blood. It surely is blood. The victim's. Ugh, an Englishman's blood looks a lot like Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Really? You understand that? He thinks humans have different blood? Okay, whatever. I thought he said it was driven into the hilt, but the blood's only on the tip. Wouldn't it be all the way down here, too? Oh, and there's the M. An ornate letter M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. Ah, turnabout cases. That's funny. Because that's what they do. And Phoenix Wright, they turn things about. Turnabout, turnabout, turnabout. Anyway, why is it sheathed? Probably to transport. They don't exactly have plastic evidence bags in this day and age. Pointing to your shooter, Waylon Smithers. That was it. That was Mr. Burns' dying message. I'm afraid I don't know at all. But what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh. Well, that idea was quickly quashed. Anything else on here? Alright, hold on. I am curious. Yeah, see, shouldn't the blood be higher up? Or am I just reading too much into that? Okay, this doesn't say how deep it went either. Alright, anyway. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Oh, juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. Alright, that's 3 for guilty. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Okay, so that's 4 against me. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Anyway, that bitch is a serial killer in disguise. Oh, the typist? Probably. But, she also could be the world's first, What's the ladies in the court that do the typing? The stenographer. World's first stenographer, right there, in the jury. It's stenographer, right? I'm not a smart man. I don't know. Oh, no, the maid. Oh. Well, yeah, possibly. And if not, she's definitely a good assistant to have as a serial killer if she wants to clean things up. So, you know, win-win, I guess. She has bodies somewhere. Most likely, yeah. And yes, it's stenographer? Alright, thank you, Bougie. I really love your name. I don't know where you got it, but that person should be given, like, $1 million. Or at least some free weird food. Anyway. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Hold it! What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. Wait a minute. And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilden. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5, I take it that you too... As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little long. Gee up now, Silverblaze. The finish is in sight. Whee! Beppo was a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? Wow, hold on. Take a second for this music here. Fucking cathedral orchestra type music. Organ right there. Dun. If this is what this music's going to turn into, I am down. Anyway, what kind of a man is he? The philanthropist, Magnus McGilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? That is a very good point. The strings in the soundtrack are great. I agree. I am digging this background music. What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house, he had not a shilling with which to repay his debts, and in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
Hold it!
If I might add something briefly. Miss Susato? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim? She raises a very good point, and I'm disappointed Ryunosuke didn't bring that up first. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice. The fuck? How can this be considered acceptable? Drinking at work? Who does that? Except for, you know, me and many other people. But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. Ah! As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Why does his chalice keep getting highlighted? What's going to be so important about this frickin' cup? Who the fuck is allowed booze in a courtroom? Different time, man. This was a different time. This was a time long ago when you'd wake up and have a glass of beer with your breakfast. God, we gotta go back to those times. He's like classy Godot. Oh, Godot. Godot. I don't know why I was going to say Godot. It's Godot. But yes, he is, he certainly seems like he's going to be a wine connoisseur as opposed to a coffee one. A marvelous toast, counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Yeah, so will I. I need more ammunition. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Alright, let's go check this out. Wait, anything on the sides first? No? Alright, let's open it up. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Yeah, but they also had beans for breakfast with their beer. They were gas bombs. You know what? Back then, the population of the whole world was only like, what, 3 million people? I'm exaggerating, obviously, but we could afford to expel that much methane, so beans and beer for breakfast it is. Beans on toast. I'll never understand that. Honestly, it doesn't sound half bad if you have the right beans. I don't know why I'm thinking about beans now. I'm going to stop that. Very saucy beans. You know what? No, I'm stopping it. I'm stopping the bean thoughts now. Because if I keep thinking about refried beans, I'm going to order Mexican food. Anyway. Beer for breakfast. That's what we were saying. Bring that back. Anyway. Apart from a great detective, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Ah, yes. I can read this perfectly. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay? Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely... He's on the stand, you idiot! Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment? Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Yay! Updated. Let's go. Wait, you're not supposed to eat tonight for tomorrow, right? I have no idea what you're talking about. I do what I like, so if I feel like eating more, I will eat more. But in the sake of being healthy, I shouldn't eat more, I guess, because it is getting late. It's 9:30, and I'm going to be up for a while. Anyway, among the defendants listed debtors is Bruce Fairplay, who would have been due to repay his loan imminently. And is that the only thing I'm going to get out of this? Probably. Whatever. Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Don't do it, Grandma! Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little part, too. What a scoundrel. Still. Maybe it's all for the best. Ah, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before... I don't stand for nonsense. That was explosive. And there goes his face. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict, it's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Read the damn footnote! Seriously. Miss Susato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final sentence. And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation examination.
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Ah. Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Miss Susato? This so-called summation examination. Van Zieks looks like Dracula from Castlevania. He does, absolutely. It especially doesn't help that he keeps, like, cowering himself, hiding behind it, holding his arm up and whatnot. But yeah, I would agree. I'm waiting for Castlevania characters just busting the courtroom. Objection! Anyway. This so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions, and it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. What is a defendant? A filthy pile of secrets, but enough of this. Have at you! I wouldn't be surprised if that type of thing broke out in this day and age. And by this day and age, I mean that day and age, not our day and age. 2021, our court proceedings aren't that interesting, unfortunately. I'd watch it, though, if it was. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Well, it's a good thing I have no self-respect. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? What the fuck are you giving me this choice for? Of course assert your right. Atta boy. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believed the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. What do you mean putting you on the spot? You're determining whether or not this guy lives or dies. You're gonna be put on the spot. Fucking fat ass. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. She ain't gonna talk. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, Summation Examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for, to turn this trial around. Clap. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. Judicial... What'd that say? Judicial something. Is it in the history? No, it's not. I wanted to see... Findings? Judicial findings? Okay. Thank you, Silver. Appreciate it. You're a sexy beast. Jurors' contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence in years. Wait. 4 pence. 4 customers, 4 pence, that's 16 pence. But if she said that the guy said 20 pence, that's 5 customers. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. Again, I don't think he was stabbed on the floor. So, whatever the guy saw, not McGilded. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed this for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, what is it? According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Oh, I pressed them all. But she said if I... Okay, I'm gonna save real quick. Alright, I'm gonna try pressing. Certainly, the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGilded were alone inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But, could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Such as? Well, perhaps that's something we could, all work out together now. Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes. But we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have. I almost choked on spit in the middle of that. Oh god, I'm pathetic. Ugh. Oh dear, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? No, I'm going to have to pit the jurors against one another, like Suzato-san said. Finding contradictions in these 6 people's assertions is the only way I'm going to succeed. Okay, yeah, I got that. I already found one, and there's a second one between that dude on the right, number 3, and juror number 6. So 2 and 5, 3 and 6 are contradicting as well, because he said shoved it in the side, she said stabbed him on the floor. Contradictory. Anyway, let's press her. But does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is? I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts. I see. A single penny can mean the difference between life and death, after all, can't it? That's a saying in your country? My point is, a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir. Does that bench really need any more polishing? So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGilded in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish. Oh, now wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the jurors' statements again, Mr. Naruhodo. If you notice any inconsistency in what 2 different jurors are saying, I should expose it by pitting them against each other. So let's see if I can do just that. Alright, I already know what I want to do. I'm going to go ahead and try. R. Yeah, this is the one. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence in years.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silverblaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far... Ooh, there's the nice music. It's the title screen music. It's good stuff. There were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication... Ah! It would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare. Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Oh, I like that. That's sneaky. That's sneaky, Ryunosuke. Appeal to the Guildmaster so that he doesn't want bad media. Oh, that's good. Ah. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, Coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Alright, there we go. Ah, this is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. There we go, Ryunosuke. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, wait, why 2 more? I thought I just needed to change 1 mind. Ah, whatever. I already know what I want to do. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. How is she hearing me talk in my head? Is the blue text whispers, or is it, like, mental thoughts? I assumed it was him in his head, but she's replying like I'm saying it out loud. I don't know. Maybe it's a whisper. Maybe they missed stating you need a majority. Maybe. That would make sense, though. I mean, a majority seems like a lot, too, but... Alright, whatever. We'll roll with it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Oh wait, what'd she say? I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. I am curious to see what the other guy says now. Grr, Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say. Alright, let's go. Alright, so juror number 3 stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? Why are you on a jury if you don't know what contradictory means? And 2, how could you be that well dressed up and not know what the word contradictory means? And why'd you stick your knife in the table? She was polishing that. That's rude. We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? Yeah, you kind of deserve that. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stick the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do you for, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it... I like how she twirled her needle and used that. That was cute. Anyway, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches. What a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Hold it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, dark jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now. Could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the crime? Alright, so we're taking the word of Mr. Fairplay and the coachman who said he stopped when he heard the scream and then looked around and saw it happen. Do we know how many times the victim was stabbed? No. The evidence just says that he died from hemorrhaging from a stab. But the blood was on the knife, it was on the victim, and it was on the seat of the carriage, which leads me to believe it was never... he was never stabbed on the floor. Actually... Sorry, I should probably think out loud. I'm trying to think, because there was that storage compartment there was that storage compartment in the carriage. It was full of, like, upkeep stuff, I get that, but before, like, could the victim have been moved to necessitate needing that storage compartment? I don't know. I'm probably overthinking this, honestly. But I want to say it's out of the question because there was only one bloodstain on that carriage. I don't know, I'm gonna save again. Fuck it. Save. Just in case. I'm gonna say... the carriage guy was lying. If he said he brought in 20 pence, there was definitely a fifth, so I'm willing to say he's probably lying about this one too, but... what about the blood covering only part of the blade? I don't think that's important at this moment. I think right now we're just trying to determine if he was stabbed twice, which I don't think he was, because the body probably only had one stab wound. If you tried to stab a guy twice, would you really stab it in the same exact wound perfectly? There would show evidence. Yeah, see? Right there. As a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. 2 different moments of the same crime. Yeah, that's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the 2 witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the 2 witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime, as proven by the autopsy report.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely 1 time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Anyway. Alright, I concede defeat. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. No, you just got the case back on track. Anyway. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one, and if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Can we not do that? That's... okay, no, just stop. No. That's not necessary. I should just push spacebar, but this is just so disturbing, you gotta watch. Anyway. Wow, just leave the game right there. Why does it loop? I don't know. Excellent question. We're gonna move on though, because I don't want to see that. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. He didn't even drink. He just smelled it. Oh, okay, that's why. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zieks? Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh, there we go. There goes his cloak. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure? Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir. My lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio, Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Witness testimony. Alright, let's try again. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it. But well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Wow, not much there. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger, conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend, never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Yeah, I don't know what that word means. I'm not even sure I pronounced that right. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. You did it once. Let's leave it at that. Twice, I'll give you that. You don't need to do it 10 times. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, if you please. Cozenage is the act of deception, trickery. Okay. So, deception, trickery. Kind of like when you say you're gonna come hang out, but you don't hang out, and why everyone, you know, is sad that you don't hang out. Was that too harsh? Oh, bougie bourgeoisie. I don't know how you pull that, and everyone still loves you. Anyway, we've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. You could have at least admitted they're not games, I guess. Cross-examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but,
Hold it!
I get the feeling that this time I'm gonna have to do that thing where I look at someone else. So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? Oh. Go. It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold, and all I could do to stop myself passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? No, nothing, guys? Okay. You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night. Then we would have had another suspect. Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. Details, please, that one. Details on that one. This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious. Really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. Huh, but Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. Okay. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before.
Hold it!
Details, please. More details. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? No one? No one? Okay. It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. Oh yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice-pick grip. I suppose I might have, you know, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe? What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Alright, by the way, why is he still freezing? We're inside. He's been inside for like a good half hour, maybe. I don't know how long time's passed in the game. Dude, warm the fuck up. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. How did you see it? There was no way you sitting in the front of that carriage allowed you to see it. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing.
Truth!
Ooh, that's who we want to pursue.
Excuse me!
Excuse me! That's a nice one. He has hypothermia of the brain because he's a fucking idiot. He was just trying to skim some money off the top and got lost in his little scheme and didn't think it'd result in murder. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No, fuck. I didn't mean to select an answer. I wanted to read them first. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the... Oh. Blood-soaked hands. Yeah. More details on that, please.
Hold it!
Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. This banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. I feel like this game's still trying to take me through tutorials. Not long ago, this very trial near it came to an end. Somehow, we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Yeah, I already did that, and I know what I'm doing. Okay. E.
Objection!
Only one small blood stain. Not soaked. Blood-soaked hands. Oh, he went a different way. Okay. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Ah! Don't eat your cane, you idiot. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But, no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Stop eating your cane, you moron. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in his trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I don't know. There's only a ledger with his name in it. I'm gonna save it anyway. Because I'm a bitch. 'Cause I'm a little bitch. I'm a bitch boy, save horror. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Nom, 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 nom. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. Beep, 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 boop. Why not?
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilden. Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Hmm? What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? Ah, no, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Ah! Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilden were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Gah. Gah. Nom, 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 nom. Order, order, order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilden's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Grr, so you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all of you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yars. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might have finally have a chance to turn things around here. Witness testimony. Alright, hold on 1 second. I probably should have paused during the cool music, but just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Just gotta grab my water. Alright, sorry about that, gentlemen. I forgoed the water, decided to just get a soda. Alright, let's see what the witness really saw, shall we? There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Soda? Yeah, it is sweet, but sometimes I feel like sweet. You know this. It's very rare. Once in a blue moon, but yeah. Well, lo and behold, in truth or fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Grr, that much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. Let's cross-examine. Alright.
Hold it!
Press one. No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw, and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, but even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Good. More words I don't know. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused fingers. That's a word that I'm assuming I know, but just doesn't sound like a word. Guiltily. Or whatever. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well as you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, that's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the Derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. At least the judge shows disapproval. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them.
Hold it!
Where did you see the knife? You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilded's gloves has any signs of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. Oh my god, Mr. McGilded is tiny. Mr. McGilded could have fit in the storage space. So, the person that was originally Mr. McGilded... Wait, the one that was originally supposed to be Mr. McGilded was just a stranger who, I guess, put the sleeping McGilded inside of the cabinet, drugged him? I don't know. We'll find out. But clearly, the guy that they saw was not Mr. McGilded. Its allegory pretends to read the game. You know what? You're absolutely right, FML. I am pretending to read. I just memorize a lot of words, and I just throw them out there hoping it's right. So, I'm not sure if I'm doing a good job, but I'm hoping that I'm getting the words right and that the story is making sense. But thank you for dropping by, and I hope you're having a good night. You doing alright, dude? And it's called a sex cabinet? You have to be really small to use that sex cabinet, buddy. Like, I'm talking like wee man small to use that sex cabinet. Especially if you plan on having sex with another person. Because then both of them would have to be extremely small. I guess you could just get in there and have sex with yourself. But that's just masturbation. Eh, whatever floats your boat, though. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. It's not for the act, just keeping the other participant around. Oh, so you're saying your sex cabinet is just full of sex dolls. That makes sense, Silver. I had a feeling that was the kind of guy you were, you sly dog, you. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Hold it!
Press Beppo. You didn't see anything? Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir. I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir. I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? They're just looking away. They don't want to say anything. Where else would I put them? I don't know. You could deflate them, fold them up, and then tuck them nicely away under your bed or something. I'm okay just working on emotes. Oh, you're working on your own emotes? I mean, well, I wasn't aware you did your own emotes, but you're working on a new one, though? That's interesting. What is it going to be? I mean, the Trubbish one is already a masterpiece, so you have big shoes to fill following it up. Oh, please. You didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! Ah! A holy tits emote? Is it gonna, like, is it just the words holy tits, or is there gonna be, like, another image in there? I know that Bougie Bourgeoisie can send you a picture of a Weedle with some really nice holy tits, so if you want to keep the Pokemon theme going, he can help you out. Trying to make one of Lulu from Final Fantasy X, but I'm concerned. That is a good place to go if you're looking for holy tits. But why are you concerned? Anyway, the fact remains. Oh, I gotta press them.
Hold it!
I gotta press them like a big red button. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. I'm sorry, why? Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Can they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? I'm gonna go ahead and say they might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? Oh, sorry. Because making humans is pretty hard for me. Yeah, especially if you're trying to draw a Lulu. I'm sure that would be very hard for you. Ha ha! But oh, damn, I wish I had my nut button. That would have been perfect. But practice makes perfect, so I don't know. I feel like you could probably make a good one if you give it enough time. Or you can have Maro do it. She's good at making curves, if that butt was any indication. But yeah, that's a pretty good idea for another emote. I like it. Mine was not quite as good. Mine was just going to be me face palming because I do that far too often, and I'm pretty sure I have a palm-sized imprint on my forehead. Anyway, that's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Maro got a good ass. Yeah, she does. It's a very good ass emote. Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area of this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? Do I click on the seat or just like over the seat? I'm just gonna do like right here. Oh.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. Which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I think I know. I think it was Magnus. Magnus McGilded. Because he said he saw... Did the Weedleboobs get a laugh, though? Nobody ever responds to your shenanigans there? I laughed. I thought it was amusing. And Julian was just like, how does Tig have this stuff ready? How does he just have this stuff ready to go? Which is... I kind of concur, but it was still funny. Anyway, Magnus said that the carriage rides put him to sleep. If he was in the seat that wasn't seen, he could have been sleeping, which would give the fifth passenger time to murder and then hide himself or something. And this guy said that the guy wasn't wearing gloves and had blood all over his hands. So that could only mean if Magnus was in there, he had to be in the seat that wasn't seen. So I have an inkling. But I'm gonna save first, because I'm a bitch. Bitch, 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 bitch. Saving, saving, saving. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from the view was... Magnus McGilded.
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Jeez. How... Okay, you know what? I don't know how he has so many glasses, but Godot also had a ton of mugs, so I guess I can't really question it. Prosecutors just have the ability to magically spawn new glassware. Mr. McD? Yes, Silver, it was Ronald McDonald himself. Anyway, if I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Okay, they keep glowing hallowed chalice. I'm gonna need to know that in a future case, aren't I? Lord Van Zeeks. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. I downloaded Twitch app just to comfortably watch this in bed. Aw, thanks, Bougie Bourgeoisie. I appreciate that you did that just for me, and not because you felt guilty for something. But, hey, if you're in bed and you fall asleep or something, I hope you have a good night, and I will definitely talk to you tomorrow. I have tomorrow off, actually, so that's why I'm going to probably stay up late till I finish this chapter, at least. And then, I don't know. Maybe play video games in the morning and stream too. I have no idea. We'll see. Either way, if you do fall asleep, sleep well, dude. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them. And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. You're genuinely enjoying this, though? Well, I appreciate that, too. I'm glad you're enjoying the game. I'm really enjoying it, too. I think it's interesting, and I'm still curious to see where this is all building to, so we'll get there. But, yeah, I'll definitely talk to you tomorrow, dude. Order, order, order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? That doesn't seem like an important question, but I'm afraid I don't remember. Do you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. Thank you. I actually agree with him for once. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation? That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled? Ah! That is true. McGilded never mentioned anything about another person. He's right. There was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. It's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? Prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Boy, we've been here before, haven't we? The end of Phoenix Wright 3, there was that case in the Snowy Mountains where Maya absolutely refused to testify because she didn't want to give away who the true culprit really was, because it was Godot and trying to save her. But is that the same? Are they really wanting us to, like, plow through our own defendant's story to try to find the truth? I'm gonna say yes. It's an Ace Attorney game. We gotta keep pulling the strings. We gotta find the truth. So we're gonna demand his testimony after I save. Just after I save again, of course. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. Put your hand down, you idiot. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Ah, yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Let's do it. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? I'm gonna try again, but I'm probably gonna fuck this up, so... To be sure I have, me lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no. 'Tis not my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was... Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see. What? Oh my god. There was a child. There was a child in the storage compartment under the seat. McGilded passed out because of the ride, but in order to get the child out, or to get away from the child that this third party may have like kidnapped or something, he had to kill the mason because the mason was still awake and seeing. I don't know. This is tough. Anyway, if the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, me lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I do not know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Whoa. What? What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Why would he hide that information? And why is my PS4 not completely level with my desk? There we go, right there. Perfect. Alright, let's save it. Trial Part 3. I didn't even realize we were on Part 2. I guess I should have known that, though. 18th February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, just one. The Old Bailey is just one courtroom, so defendant's antechamber. Okay. And why is it called the Old Bailey? I saw that room. It looks fucking nice. It looks like they built it just yesterday. Should be the New Bailey. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Miss Susato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilder was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. Gil... I can't even talk. What the fuck? What's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Hmm? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. Huh. She's right, that is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand to testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Miss Susato. Yes. Do you think they talk Japanese to each other when they're alone? I'm just reading it in English. It would have been ironic if, like, the text became English in the Japanese version because they're in Britain, and then everyone had to struggle to read it. Oh, it's getting late. 18th February, 1 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Wow, she's just as tall as he is. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zieks. My lord? I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious. The army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? He's thinking to her in Japanese that we read in English. You mean the blue parentheses? Thinking to her in Japanese that we read in English? You know what? If my theory was true about the whole... Not theory. It's not even a theory. It's just a ridiculous thing I said because it was amusing. But it would make it even more amusing if you take into consideration that you were on a Russian boat last chapter and had to talk to Russian sailors and a Russian ballerina. So, God knows what language these people are talking. Ahem. If I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilden? I think perhaps I have to explain here. Why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt off like that. 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what happened that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Witness testimony. You getting tired? Alright. Thanks for hanging out, Silver. I appreciate it, you crazy bastard. I will talk to you later, dude. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Yeah, I think I'm doing Scottish on accident. I apologize in advance. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? 'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, me lord. Then there must have been a 6th. I don't know, we're just going to keep adding passengers. Eventually it's going to look like one of those clown cars when they got out. Very well, the defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Alright. We do what we do. Press everything. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off.
Hold it!
Cool. Tell me about that. And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to talk Irish, right? Whatever. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye, that's why I took the back side as I did. It's the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course I enjoy gazing through the skylights from time to time as well. Wow, that line got away from me, but whatever. So, he was asleep when people started getting on board. Got it.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say, and a scream. Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment, you did hear a scream? Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, me lord. 'Twas from the cabin. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about to scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Oh, fuck, I forgot to press it.
Hold it!
You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said, I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks, now why would that be? You wait to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no. I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had in mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yeah, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I tell me about it? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir. So I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, it's a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside. And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around and I already did that. That's when I found her. There's a child in there, all curled up in a ball.
Hold it!
Alright, tell me. You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. Ugh, you're really overacting this. Still in all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason? Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you. I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief? Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah! The girl! She's gone! Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheeled drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? It's alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. Witness testimony. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out me skin, I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, me lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I had parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, it automatically assumed she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined and all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question? Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought, It was worth taking a punt to my own good name for the sake of this last fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord. This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Okay, that was too easy. I'm worried about that. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. I am uncomfortable that they all just did that. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty? Mr. Naruhodo, this... well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
That's what I'm looking for. Why is your leg on the table? If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilden's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend... Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead, you tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? Well, we've reached another crossroads at which I need to save. Look at my bitch ass saving the game again. I'm gonna go ahead and go with the fact that maybe we should just be honest, because we're here to find the truth. And the truth is, when that omnibus was rolled into the courtroom, it wasn't empty. It was full of stuff. So something isn't adding up. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? I'd be whist! What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasant, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That their cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying. Oh, God. Ah! I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh, no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. What the girl saw. She snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. So, in the morning? I don't know when they hook up carriages.
Hold it!
Let's find out. So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, isn't it? Can I get that in English? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up a little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. It seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own, and to God permit, at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God permit? Oh, yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away? That's it. Only that night, this cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah, right, mister. To be sure, to be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? Huh, so this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. See, the problem I have with this whole explanation is that the other 2 witnesses said they tried to get into the cabin, knocked, it was locked, couldn't get in, went on top, and then glared at the people below, at which point they saw the 2 people there. So, I don't know, something's not adding up here. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch dark. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. Then I can't if a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Obson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. And after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, and I did, and the scream just came out.
Hold it!
The bang being the guy hitting the floor? When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right, and then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and add a quick butcher's while I add the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke what had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilda's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away. Okay. And when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Both me hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name, and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief, shiny moment, yes. It's clear that they are still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. But I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Alright, that was it. Let's see what we got in the evidence. Alright, just going through the evidence right now. I'm trying to see what we got. And what, honestly, I'm not even sure. Something about her story isn't right. So I've seen the crown of the passengers. Yeah, see, I don't know what he was talking about. He definitely couldn't have seen it. But they're saying these 2 guys were here, looking in at that seat. And she said the guy fell on him. That's how she got blood on her hands. If he fell to the floor, though, why was there no blood there? I feel like the answer to this is somewhere in the omnibus. A largish knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggest it must be quite valuable. So it has to be somewhere here. Just like always, I don't waste time. I got nothing to show from the troubles that night. I tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hide place. It's pitch in there. And after a while, I heard this loud bang. It nearly jumped out my skin, it did, and the scream just came out. Because of that, this swell found me. You did help me get away, mind. The police report said there was stuff in the storage, though. It said, get back in the storage area. I'll make sure the police don't find you so you can get away later. Sorry, I'm saving because I want to present the omnibus on this one. Although I'm not quite sure what I'm going for, but it seems like the only solution. Am I crazy? Am I wrong? I'm probably wrong.
Objection!
Yep, music kept going. Classic sign that it's wrong. Nope, I'm not gonna read it. I'm wrong. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Just take the point. Just take it from me. Yeah. Because of that, the swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. What am I missing?
Hold it!
Let me see this one again. Okay. When Mr. McGill discovered he pulled you from a hiding place. He's not flinching on anything. Next to the victim, yes. And the bloke at the knife was he was still bleeding. The carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. Wait, if he fell onto her, wouldn't the knife have, like... I don't know. Both my hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both their pants covered in blood. That must be what the passenger saw. Okay. Skilled for what, is that correct? It has to be some stuff. You know me name and what I was up to. Why would he want to know that? I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. I didn't want no one to see me face, so I didn't look up. Okay. Smashing the cigar, someone says to me. Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later. How could he do that? I guess he could have bought off the police, I assume. I guess if he was really as rich as they say, but... Can I pursue him on this? I mean, he doesn't have anything to add, clearly.
Excuse me!
Oh, what would that be, Philip? No, not really. I'm altogether happy with what's been said, kind of EDS still, no. Here, have yourself a tip. You're gonna die soon, why you... Okay. Ugh. Such the verdict we want. This niggling feeling. I can't put my finger on it either! Jesus Christ. Oh, she snuck in.
Hold it!
Wait, and then she put all the shit in the corner, right? No, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to continue. Go with it. Hold on, this is the stairs level. Great Conqueror was supposed to go before his last round of sleep. Storage compartment, yes. Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police scene, the apartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. See, that's not matching up. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. But she said that he told her to get back in. She could escape later. What the fuck am I missing here? I don't see anything in this picture. And this was taken after the police arrived, obviously. And it's in color, which is impressive, again. But this is how it was set up. After he fell over dead, McGilded put him back up. And then he found the girl, put her next to him to talk to her. And then supposedly he fell on her? But if that was true, wouldn't the blood have gotten on that side of the seat? Like the left side, not the right side? Alright, let me look at this again. Yeah. Complain. Oh, there's blood on the floor. I didn't even notice that. That's blood, isn't it? Nothing wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zeeks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have have such a bad feeling about this? Alright, let's check it again. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in. Oh. Wait, what the fuck? There was definitely shit in there. There was definitely shit in there when it was rolled in. Because I remember checking it and half of it was full. But now it's empty? Something doesn't seem right, but I can't put my finger on what it is. What do you mean? It's right in front of your face. It's empty now. Okay, and he didn't... Oh my god. Is this a different fucking carriage? Because this blood on the floor definitely wasn't here before. This was. But the blood on the floor wasn't here. And this was full. This is the actual carriage that the person was murdered in. Was it switched during the smoke grenade? Huh. It's a hiding place, whatever.
Hold it!
Hold on. There's definitely something odd. Well, most nights I'm alone, but God, hermit, at least some of the time. Yeah, you're alone. Yeah. So when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night. This girl was sat on me from the start. Didn't budge the whole way. Didn't 1 inch. It was totally stuck. Seat the entire time while events unfold in the enclosed cabin. Okay, right, mister. Be sure to check the shot to send you. You don't expect to lift the cushion you sat on and find a child, now do you? I can't see a blind thing. Okay, so these are definitely two different omnibuses. Absolutely. First one didn't have the floor blood. First one had a filled compartment. Okay, so if she was hiding in this one currently, how could he switch them? And then why would the guy have died? Okay, so the crime actually took place in this omnibus. Like, oh, I'm missing something. I'm missing something. Fuck. Sorry, I know I'm not going through much. For a while I heard this loud bang, nearly jumped over my skin. The scream just came out.
Hold it!
Let me see this one thing. So one point is it made me jump voluntarily. Sorry, I have a cushion over me, I get glare all of a sudden. Could he believe in the man who stood as stands right in the world? Did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. Alright, well, what'd you see? I had the chance to know the Irishman was sitting at the boat, but I had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. Okay. Then the fellow said the twins were looks right at me. It was too late by then. I rushed to risk looking.
Hold it!
Okay, what am I missing in this one? That has to do with A duplicate omnibus. Up to there's something from above, someone screamed. Okay, so if this is to be believed, the one currently in the courtroom right now is definitely the actual crime scene. But how between the discovery of the crime scene, or the crime essentially, and her hiding again, did they have a chance to switch the carriages? Because if the first police on the scene found all of the stagecoach care paraphernalia inside the storage compartment, those carriages had to have been switched. So unless your version says to me, get back under the seat, I'll see that you can get away later. Carriage. I know the carriage is niggling me, but... Yes, go through it. Is this proof that the guy's rich and I can just be like, well, look, he probably paid everyone off to switch the carriages before the police got there? I'm just trying to see if there's any new stuff. No, same thing, okay. No, nothing there. Damn it. What the fuck am I missing? Did she mention the knife? I don't think she did.
Hold it!
Was it this one that she didn't mention it? Yeah, I know. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna save it and then present the knife on this, because she didn't mention it at all, and that's kind of important, because it's a big gilded knife. And she's a pickpocket. She would have stolen something like that, right? I'm probably wrong, but fuck it. At this point, I don't know what to do.
Objection!
Yep, that was wrong. What am I... Is there something else on this omnibus that can prove it's not the same one? It has the same number and everything. Just the difference is on the inside. Is this different? Oh, that's the same. That's empty. Blood on the floor. Huh. I don't know why I decided to go back outside. I could just push C and get out of here. What am I missing? I'm so confused. Hold on.
Hold it!
At this point, I'm just pressing fucking all of them again to see if I notice something new. Do I present the carriage on that one? Honestly, I am lost. I have no idea. I'm not saving anymore. I want to keep my 4 just in case I get close to game over, which, God forbid, let's not get that, but I don't know why I can't. Carriage needs presented somewhere. Oh, no. I don't know what I'm doing.
Objection!
That's not it either. I appreciate the classic, if the music doesn't stop, you know you're wrong. Gameplay mechanic. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Fuck it. Just present the carriage on everything. I don't know what I'm doing.
Objection!
That's not it either. God damn it. I swear to God, it's gonna give me the answer, and it's either gonna be so simple that I'm an idiot, or it's gonna be so fucking ridiculous that I'm just gonna be like, no, that's not good. I'm gonna be disappointed if the second one. I'm gonna be disappointed if it's either one, honestly. I mean, I'm already pretty disappointed. So, to be fair, I can't even talk. Whatever, we'll load. E.
Objection!
It's none of this. Maybe the knife on this one?
Objection!
Nope. Oh my god. If someone wants to give me a hint, I am more than welcome to it. At this point, I'm just throwing everything at the wall until I hate doing it this way too. It's really frustrating. I don't know. Do this.
Objection!
Nope, that wasn't it either. I wish I could hold spacebar and it just speeds through it. Oh my god. No, not save. Not save. Load. Let's try this again. It's because of that the swell family did let me get away mine. Wait, wouldn't she be suspicious of him if he was holding the body?
Objection!
No, apparently not. Apparently she wouldn't be suspicious of him. How was she not suspicious of him? She just saw him putting a dead guy up. Oh my god. Maybe she was worried he could do it again? I don't know. What am I missing here? Give me one sec. No, I didn't mean to do that. Nah, whatever. Fuck. This is going nowhere. I just wanted to look up a hint. Because I am so helpless, apparently. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Keep accidentally hitting load. I'm not using my mouse for this anymore. I'm just doing full keyboard.
Hold it!
I didn't... Okay, whatever.
Hold it!
I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, no.
Really? I pushed on this and you didn't do that. That's bullshit. That is such bullshit. I knew I was either going to be disappointed in myself or disappointed in this game. And apparently I'm disappointed in this game because I swear to God, I pushed on this and he didn't do that previously. Ugh. That was frustrating AF.